Hello and welcome back to episode 14 of Tiān 2. Last time, we had a journey from traveling from Bronze Watch to Rest Yard. A few mysterious articles of clothing along the way. Arriving at Rest Yard and investigating a seemingly innocuous abode at the edge of town, the group was able to determine a few mysterious facts about the place, about the residents inside experimenting, and perhaps the results and ramifications in those experiments. Going inside the house and investigating further, they were able to unlock a door leading downwards into a long hallway. In this hallway, Leanna was the first to catch on that it was not as it seemed, as it was a trick of the mind. That was when Estelle, using her abilities, seemed to zone out for a while. In doing so, Paseth and Leanna were left to face off against the odd and aberrant creatures that were swarming the group at that moment. After many things transpired, and many new heights reached, so to speak, the group finds themselves now with Estelle as one person. Paseth, maybe a few things on his mind, but Leanna, still on the ground, and still with her eyes wide open, looking at the ceiling. Leanna?
Uh-huh.
Can you join me in the one-on-one chat?
Sure, but before we do, I would like to roll the sneak attack damage that I forgot to last time, and add half of that to my HP.
Understood.
Alright, so I heal 5, and that attack last time dealt 89 points of damage.
Hefty.
Oh,
We'll be right back.
Alright.
Hello.
Hello.
So, last we left off, Leanna, you had unleashed one of your special cards at this entity in a vast, watery grave, if you will, and in doing so unleashed a torrent of magical responses, and it seemed to begin to shatter and break the confines of the soil and ground along its body. Its arm extended just behind you tried to attack. It missed, and you responded. As this creature thing begins to rise, it's hard to truly put into perspective what's happening, as it really does, from your perspective, seem like somehow the ocean floor itself, the lake floor itself, I should say, is beginning to stand up.
Well, Um, I have... Okay, this is happening. Is this what you want? To be broken free?
As you ask, the entity just continues to rise further and further, and taking in this moment, I will give you the choice, Liana, as before you entered into this state, you had looked upon a circle, a runic circle of magic, which put you in this state. And it seemed to affect something of your being. And now you are being faced with a sight no human possibly ever has laid their eyes on. So this will affect Liana, but I will ask you, which one will you choose? The circle or the giant?
The circle or the giant? Anna would probably rather choose neither, but I don't think that's an option.
It is not.
The circle is the eye that I've seen before that I've been in that is basically Bethel.
The circle is the rune that Estelle was transfixed with.
Oh. Okay, so the rune or Bethel? Or what I am currently thinking to be Bethel.
Indeed.
Lana would go with the giant, the thing that she knows a little bit more about.
Okay. There is that moment while he's rising and something clouds over in your mind, and it feels like whispers and tendrils, something trying to cloud it, but it seems to be pushed back forcefully out of your mind, out of your consciousness. And for a moment you find yourself freed of that. But it is quickly replaced as the sight before you begins to become clearer and clearer as you begin to rise rapidly out of the water, higher, higher, faster and faster. In a moment, you are from the bottom of a deep lake to higher in the sky than you thought ever physically possible by mortal means.
What do I see?
Looking down, you would see luckily for you, it is indeed a clear day. You would see the slightest remnants and configuration of the city of New Pass. But it's tiny, like looking at ant hills, unable to discern specific shapes, but able to understand the larger general one.
Leanna isn't sure what to do from here other than enjoy the view as best she can. And I guess I really need to get back to my friends and my family. Really need to get back.
Are you asking this or thinking this?
She's saying it out loud.
You now, thinking of where you are sitting from what could only be described as a chest in a palm, now sitting upon it looking down. And as you lament your concerns aloud, a voice, loud but somehow in a whispered tone, responds, "I can do that, but..." And it stops.
What? What would the cost be? I know enough to know that aid never comes free.
No cost, but there is a moment of hesitation. I do not wish to crumble a pillar.
That other being was the pillar. Pillar of the world? Pillar of what exactly?
No. You are the pillar. One of three. If you wish to return, then I can. However, you will not return whole. That I cannot do. You there, Maru? Uh-oh.
Oh, I got muted. Okay, I'm here.
Okay.
Yep. Leanna asked, what she would lose.
Loss is relative. Your body would be whole, but what of your mind remains, I cannot confirm.
Is there a way for me to get back without losing myself?
You will lose yourself, but can be rebuilt into something more.
But I don't want to be anything other than what I am.
You are what you decide. So, when you return, decide well. And in that moment, Maru, or Leanna, you are moving across hundreds of miles quickly as, looking down, you see, and I'm assuming you at some point turned to look at the figure you were talking to, correct?
Yeah, yes. As soon as they actually started having a conversation, she turned to look.
Okay. Turning to look at this individual, you see what can be described as a humanoid face, but I don't want to say degraded, but injured. You can see fresh cuts and scars littering their face. You can see where a prominent beard would be. It is interrupted many times over, as where the hair would grow, it's merely scars. The skin is luminescent, not like that of Estelle's wings, and not like that of the resplendent promise's aura, but it seems ancient, mysterious, but not threatening. The eyes, the golden eyes, stare at you as they did before. Although it is odd to see what appears to be reptilian eyes, or cat eyes, if you will, on a humanoid face. And as he tells you this, the hand seems to be moving away, and as you look at him, it looks like it's moving slowly. But when you look down, you see that you are crossing over days of travel in seconds. And eventually,
Leanna would like to interrupt, like, as she starts moving. She does have a quick question for this figure.
Understood?
Before you send me back, who are you?
The hand doesn't seem to stop moving as the figure looks down inquisitively at a corner, perhaps of the world, and replies, "Now that is what I intend to find out."
What should I call you?
As you call that out, the hand continues to stretch, and a moment later you are just above Rustyard and descending quickly down into that building that you had entered with Passeth and Estelle, and as you get close to it, you think you're about to hear a sound, a loud noise, anything, but you slip through it seamlessly. And as the hand opens, you are brought back to your body. Your spirit now residing in its natural habitat. But before we go back, Liana, you will suffer a point of insanity,
Okay.
as you have now witnessed something beyond your comprehension. I will write up what your special feature is at the moment. Give me 1 second.
All right. I have put in my notes on other point of insanity. I'm not going to put anything other than that on my sheet as to what it is, just in case the others look.
Now, I will make note that this is a tiered thing. So,
Okay.
I will inform you that as insanity is, it does grow and wane depending on choices. So, it is your choice to step away, or it is your choice to lean in. And with this feature enacted, there will be a few other things beyond this description that will take place.
Okay.
I will let you know as the game progresses. And obviously, this stays between us.
Of course. That's why I'm not putting it on my sheet.
And we may now go back to the primary voice channel.
Okay.
See you there.
There.
Hello.
Hello, welcome back.
Indeed, we are back.
Oh, I don't like that tone.
You okay?
That's also me being a little bit sick and my tone not coming across how it should. No,
Okay, okay,
I am still me.
okay. That's good. For now.
So, uh, before exactly the events that occurred with you, Maru, we will join in with Paseth and Estelle.
Did I make a medicine check yet? Or did we make sure that Leanna's not dying?
Did
I think
you?
I
That's a
did.
good question.
I think I did.
I am looking back at the checks. I am not seeing a medicine check.
All right. Well then, if I am available after being one again, Estelle will definitely go over and make sure she's okay.
I'll go over and help. Easy help action.
Okay. If you want to, Estelle, you can roll medicine.
Uh, you cut out for me on my end.
Uh,
Can you
you
say that one more time, please?
you can roll a medicine check if you want to with advantage.
Ooh. Yeah. I'm going to leave and come back. Hopefully that'll fix it.
Ooh,
Uh-oh.
okay. Am I cutting out for you guys?
No.
Nah, you're doing pretty good right now.
All right. Sorry about that. Can you try to say something one more time?
Okay, testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, testing.
That is perfect.
Okay. Uh, you can roll a medicine check with advantage.
Okay. Uh, medicine advantage and may I guidance?
Yeah.
All right. So that's an 18 with 1d4. That's a total for 20.
As you have uh, combined once more with your other self, and you've taken the situation into control, taken a breath, it's quiet. There is a beat, and you notice your niece on the ground, prone. Running over there, you check on her, Paseth joining you, and you begin to go over your normal steps, checking for pulse, checking for any kind of activity. And it's weird because you can't even determine if there is a pulse, because what catches your eyes and your attention is how Leanna, unblinking and staring, is just looking up towards the ceiling, light devoid from her sight.
I'm very sorry that my internet seems to be acting wonky today. Can you please say one more time?
Where'd I cut out?
Um,
Uh-oh.
That's no good.
Oh, no, he went offline.
oh no, what's happening?
You
Did
went
you...
totally offline.
Okay, I'm back now. The last thing I remember hearing was I see Leanna on the ground, and that's where there's a little bit of silence.
Okay, so you cut out for a while there. Just say
I'm very
something. No problem. Just say something when you hear me stop talking, just so I know if there's a cut somewhere.
okay. I'm so very sorry. I'll be sure to do that.
You're
No
fine.
worries.
So yeah, you hurry over there and you begin to do your normal checking for pulse, checking for any kind of responses as Paseth is doing the same. And your attention is taken from that task because it is focused on Leanna's eyes that are currently just staring at the ceiling, unblinking, and devoid of light.
Okay, that is concerning.
It's very concerning. I don't think I have anything I can snap her out of it.
There's gotta be something I can do. No, that won't work. That only affects physical illnesses. That probably won't work for this. Maybe I can, if it's her mind that's being trapped, maybe I can do something with that. I think, well, something's better than nothing. I'm gonna try it. And Estelle is going to cast uh, Enhance Ability and give Owl's Wisdom. It may not be effective, but what she's trying to do is her logic is that if it's something with the mind similar to what she experienced, then maybe enhancing her mental abilities would help in uh, having her find her own way out of whatever this is.
Understood. You imbue Leanna with Owl's wisdom. There doesn't seem to be a physical response to it as she continues to lie prone.
Okay. Other than that, I don't think I have anything. Or anything else. Please wake up. And Estelle's just going to be attentive for any sign of change, for better or worse, and just be very careful with what happens in the coming few minutes.
So you're just staring at Leanna's body for 2 minutes?
Well, there's nothing else Estelle can think of to do at the moment. So, giving the given how this is something mental that she doesn't know how to affect, uh, giving the uh, enhanced ability and just making sure that uh, making sure that if something does change, then she can help if it's bad or help support it if it's positive, seemingly. Just constantly checking, making sure there's anything that can be done. And yeah, I'm uh, believe that's all that can be done. Just making sure that she's all right physically as much as she can. Just
Just as a clarification, because I might have put it a little too flowery.
okay.
From your medicine check, what you determined is that what you're looking at is a corpse.
Oh, okay.
I might have put that too flowery, but when I said there's light devoid in her eyes, I meant
Okay.
dead.
Okay. Okay. That slightly changes things. I apologize. I misinterpreted that.
No, that was my fault. I should have just been a little bit more blunt on that one.
Okay. So then, if that's how it is, then the she's just going to, for a brief moment, just kind of sit there in disbelief, just trying to wrap her mind around this for a little bit.
And you, Passeth?
Realizing this, he passed that. Just hey, hey, no, 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 come on, come on. I lay on his cheek. No, 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 no. Why are you? No, this can't be. No, 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 no. What the heck happened?
Hey,
So many different things just happened all at once. You were two, and
hey, I don't know. I, what what happened when I was out? What happened when everything started?
you just stood there, didn't move, and then these creepy brain things just charged at us. Liana tried to attack a glyph that was. We believe that that was what was causing you to be stunned, and whatever happened to you. And I guess it affected her as well. How the heck did she end up like this? But you're fine.
I I don't know. I I remember that I had Wait. Longstride, he knows what that is. He can fix us. He can help her. He has to. He has to be able to. And Estelle is just going to as quickly as she can run off further down the hall and try to physically find Longstride.
Okay. Estelle, you get up and you book it down the hallway. Paseth, what are you doing?
Believe box spot is down, so I just needed a quick moment to bring him back up. Yeah, it just takes a minute to bring him back. Is he back up yet, or?
Yeah, if you're just taking the minute to fix him, yeah.
There we go. Then I'm able to put Estelle's or not Estelle, Leanna. I put Leanna's body onto box spot and follow suit.
Okie dokie. You're in your suit of armor lifting her up, right?
Yeah.
Okay. This is gonna sound strange, but can I get a strength check from you, Paseth?
Bong boop. Unnatural one.
Oh, 2. Okay.
It's weird. With your suit, physical acts like lifting and moving are fairly easy, at least that on par of a normal human being. But for some reason, there's an unnaturally heavy force that seems to be. It's almost like a concentrated gravity down on her at this moment, instead of like actual mass holding her down.
Oh, what the heck's going on? This doesn't make any sense. Can I roll Arcana? To see if I can try to piece together what's going on? What that glyph did, what's happening to her.
Okay, if you want to. Okay. So you want to discern what the glyph did and what is currently going on with why she can't move, or why she is in the state that she's in?
Let's start with what the glyph did.
Okay. That you can roll an Arcana check with disadvantage.
Okay. I rolled the exact same thing twice. 14.
14. It's weird. You saw the glyph and you felt it try to interfere with your mind, and so you can determine that this is okay, probably some school of enchantment, but then your photographic memory is trying to piece together exactly the symbols on the rune that you saw, and you're trying to remember any kind of archaic equation that would make what you saw, but the symbols themselves were weird. They weren't in any language you knew. They weren't in. It wasn't like the mathematical language where it has consistent values throughout. It was something. It kind of looked like chicken scratch, but it was an organized chicken scratch. So determining what the rune is itself is at this moment not possible, but determining that the rune itself did do some sort of mind enchantment is a very clear conclusion to you.
Alright, that was cute. And I remind me of what else to do. And just sitting there. Or I'll actually get out of the barrel and kind of just pace around. Just thinking, just trying to think.
Okay. Estelle,
Yes.
you run and run and run, and you go faster and faster, trying to reach the end of this hall. You ran for about 30 seconds straight. What are you doing? Do you continue to run?
I remember walking and not making any progress, so just doubling, well, not doubling back, but looking back to make sure if anything's actually happening.
As you look back to make sure that you're not being fooled for a second time, perhaps a welcome sight does greet you as you do not see a staircase behind you.
If nothing is keeping me back, and if there does not appear to be anything else, she is just running, and as strongly as she can, she is trying to find some sort of, I guess, lingering connection with Longstride, and trying to get his attention. Where are you? We need your help. So I just, please.
As you continue to run, there's a change in your setting as you can see that the wall starts curving and it's making a turn. And then you see that the floor itself begins to descend like a ramp, and you notice that it starts to turn back as well. So, essentially, if you continue to run, you notice that you're running down a spiral.
She's going to stop for a moment and think, should I keep going? I should should get passive, and then start to turn back, but then immediately second guess the second guess, and then just keep running. She has to.
Understood. You continue to run, and it's weird. As you get lower and lower, it feels like your body has less resistance. With your passive perception, you're able to notice that there are more glyphs and arcane sigils on the walls, and they begin to glow momentarily, but then disappear back dark as you pass, seemingly not taking effect to your presence. And as you descend deeper, the structure itself, once laid, paved, and clean, is turning dark, ground-like, cave-like, as you go further and further. Passive.
Yeah.
Mumbling to yourself and trying to figure out exactly what's going on, there's a silence for you as there's a moment of contemplation. What is the answer to this question before you? And as you ponder that further, Leanna, you can see again out of your body.
Deep breaths and sitting up. Asa, are you okay? Where's Estelle? What?
What the hell's?
What do you mean, what the hell's?
You're back. I just collapse into you, just holding on to you. We thought you were dead. We couldn't feel a pulse. You were just a corpse.
Well, I definitely wasn't dead, but wasn't in a good place.
Bell went further ahead, trying to find the doctor, the other wizard.
Unsure if he's a doctor, but let's go get her before she panics herself into the ground.
What the hell happened, though?
I'll explain when we have Estelle.
Okay.
I don't want to explain twice.
Fair. She has a lot of explaining too.
Okay.
Just get into the barrel and get on top of box spot, full centaur mode, and start charging ahead.
And Lana runs.
Okay. As you guys are running down this hallway now, I would say with... is it... Hold on one second. One second. Oh, you actually have a... Yeah, it would actually be Leanna who would notice. As you continue running on down the hallway, I think the same thought would occur to you, and passively you're able to notice that you aren't being tricked once more, as the stairway does seem to actually make distance from you, and you seem to be making some sort of ground.
We're actually going somewhere. That's good.
Yeah, I noticed the spell completely disappeared, so I figured that spell was probably broken then.
Or we were allowed through. Who knows?
Right.
It is then that you notice the curvature in the wall and the descending path.
Estelle?
Oddly
Estelle.
enough... Go ahead, sorry.
No, I was just repeating.
Oddly enough, you're awaiting an echo as you're in this more concrete-like structure, but it's almost like the sound is swallowed.
Well, can't rely on that then. Continues to sprint.
Okay. As you guys go down further, I need an intelligence saving throw from Passive.
Oh boy. Rolling like garbage. Oh, but not that. That's 28.
Holy sh... How'd you get... You got 28 on a... Oh, because you have a +9. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. As you're running down, you momentarily slow down as these symbols, similar to the symbols that you noticed from the rune, seem to flash in front of your eyes, but it's only for the briefest of moments. And as soon as they're there, your focus clears them out, and they're no longer a presence in your mind.
I kind of slowed down a little bit and try to look and see if those glyphs are around.
If you want to roll investigation, you can, but you have to come to a complete stop.
I will just calling out to Leon, like, hey, wait a minute, I think I saw another glyph. Try to concentrate on keeping your mind clear and not please don't go comatose on me again.
Not stopping. Going after Estelle.
Okay. Natural 2025.
So you did stop, right?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. So, fucking natural 20. It's last week all over again.
Hey, to be fair, most of the other rolls were just like 4, 4, and a 6.
Fair enough.
Just these last two was a 19 and a 20.
As you stop and try to investigate the nearby area, it's impossible to determine the pattern, but you do know that there's some sort of pattern with these sigils as they are planted in seemingly random areas, interplaced throughout. You're able to notice it, but you're not being affected by it, not calling for another saving throw. But you do notice that there was the one you just passed, which was to your left towards the ground, and looking around, you notice a similar indent in the structure around you up on the ceiling. And investigating just a few feet away, you notice another one about average human height off of the ground on the right wall. You see that these are intermixed throughout the tunnel itself. And you notice that for above game purposes, they act almost like tripwires. So you can get around them, you just have to be careful not to activate them as you're traveling.
Can I take my multi-tool out, turn it into calligraphy's, basically a paintbrush, and sketch it?
Okay.
Calligrapher's tools.
So you want to just sketch the one that you're nearest right now, right?
Yeah. Attempt to copy the runes, basically.
Okay. This will take a hot second. I will say, because you are proficient with this tool as it is your multi-tool, you will be able to do it with a small dexterity check. But this will take time, just so you know.
Maybe I don't want to do that. Just I see them and I will just carefully go around them and keep going forward.
Okay.
I think I'll be...
So, if you're carefully going around them, I will say that means you're moving at about half speed, just so you're not triggering anything.
The box speed with 20.
I thought it was faster than that. I thought at Centaur mode you had like 40 feet of movement.
No, yeah, it's 40, but I'm moving carefully, so it's half 20.
I'm assuming you're dashing. You were dashing, so half
Right,
movement,
true.
20.
Yeah.
So, just moving somewhat carefully. Estelle.
Yes.
As you descend deeper into this cavernous-like structure, you notice the veins of purple tendrils that seem to be growing from the walls, and you notice that while underground is cold and bereft of sunlight and warmth, this feels somehow colder. Not like ice, but like an eerie whisper. As you descend further in, and after what feels like about 5 minutes of pure sprinting, you finally reach an opening. A large square room with stalactites dangling from the ceiling, dripping little bits of water. And in the far reaches of the room, with further stalagmites somewhat obscuring their form, you do see a form of a person about 60 feet away, seemingly hands placed on a desk looking downwards at it. You can infer a possibly frustrated or tired stance, not looking at you, looking away from you.
All right. Continuously running towards the figure, assuming that it's Redfield Longstride, and just going to shout towards him. And oh wow, I went blank for a second. What was I gonna say? Apologies. She's just going to run over and shout, "I need your help, please!"
Roll a wisdom saving throw for me, Estelle.
All right. Wisdom save. A 17.
17 just saves. As you call out, there's seemingly no response from the figure. As you feel another energy entity, something try to reach out to your mind, but you instinctively block it away.
Does it feel at all similar to when we first got to the mansion? Because I remember he said he tried to tell us and warn us about the sigils, but we had all resisted him.
It does feel very similar, yes.
Then she's gonna willingly fail upon noticing that.
Okay. As the initial pulse of energy seems to be blocked out of your mind, you reconsider and allow it to enter. You've made it down here. Good.
I need your help. I don't know if you can or what you would need to do it, but my niece is hurt. She really, really bad. I think she's dead, and I can't do anything, but you might be able to do something, right? You can help, right?
I am not able to raise the dead, sister. To what state did you find her in?
She was she was lying on the ground. She was just staring at the ceiling, and I did my best to examine her condition physically, and I, I, I couldn't see any light in her eyes. She was dead.
Ah, I see. That sounds very similar to the condition that is normally held by those that are affected by the defenses I have here. Not to worry. She is not dead.
She's... Oh, okay. Okay. And she's just going to, after running for however long and not stopping very much at all but once, and the adrenaline's starting to get out of her system now and calm down, she's just going to lean up against one of a nearby stalagmite. Okay, so how do we get her out of that then?
Oh, well, of course. She isn't dead by any means. Her heart still beats. However, she is most likely vegetabilized in terms of brain capacity.
So how do we undo that then?
Well, there are... He begins to walk over to a structure about 15 feet away of his appears to be workbench. And he says, well, I can think of one way that would bring her back, technically. And as he approaches, Estelle, you start to hear footsteps.
Coming from where?
Behind
Where
you.
I came from? Do they sound like actual footsteps or like creature footsteps?
I mean, technically, everyone is a creature.
Oh, like monstrosity creature footsteps, like monster security thing.
Roll a nature check.
All right. 23.
23. I mean, technically, you weren't there for the monstrosities,
That's fair.
but they do sound like they are 2 feet that are quickly approaching instead of like 6 or 4.
She's going to very cautiously approach, because even if it sounds like 2, that also means not box spot or passive. So very carefully going over to see what it could be.
Okay. As you kind of go over and peek over to see what it could be, can I get an acrobatics check from both Leanna and Estelle?
Acrobatics. Okay. 8.
Oh, 18. I didn't hear that part. So as you're running down, Leanna, you're making a beeline. You're noticing all these changes in the environment, but it doesn't matter. You're focused. You have a goal. And as you're running down, you just see this head pop out of like the corner, and you can quickly tell who it is, but you're still in full stride. So you take a second to just use that momentum going forward, and you place one hand on Estelle's shoulder. Following that momentum, you extend your body fully up in the air, using her as a hand to do a one handstand. And in the air, you do 3 front flips and then land a little bit of a stagger at the end there because you're moving really fast going downhill, but you're able to catch yourself.
Tried to catch up with you.
Wait, you... What? And just immediately running over and hugging, just questions come later, relief and hug now.
Leanna
No.
hugs back. I'm okay. As far as I can tell, anyway.
But how are... He said you were basically vegetabilized.
I told Passeth that there would be answers when I found you, but now we need to wait for him to catch up so I can explain everything only once.
Oh, okay. Okay. And then just even tighter, slightly choking hug. Don't you dare ever scare me like that again, okay?
Wasn't on purpose, I'll do my best.
Estelle,
Hmm?
you hear in your head, now that I did not see coming.
She's going to reply in her head, well, she is my niece. Maybe some might not be as strong as us, but maybe there's still something there.
Huh. Just an absolute lack of words, just, huh. About a minute later, you can hear the slower footsteps of a heavier entity moving in.
Were there traps all the way down?
Pretty much.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, you don't have a base like this and not make sure you are well fucking covered.
Well, sounds like he's starting to come down.
How did you do not trigger any of these?
I think I did. It just didn't happen again.
I wasn't really seeing anything, I was just running.
There's so many of them.
Well, at least we know that there's a lot to be careful of for the future.
Yeah, I guess. Oh, hey. Hey, Estelle, how's it going? Hey, Leanna's not dead.
I
Thank
know,
God.
I know, and I am very confused. Actually, we're both confused
Oh,
and going
who's
to,
we?
uh, looking over uh, towards Redfield and point and say, Redfield's over there.
Oh, that makes things easier?
So you guys look over there, Passeth and Liana.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. It was about 60 feet away. And do either of you have dark vision?
No.
No.
Yeah, the uh um do 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 as Estelle, who kind of points over in a direction, you can see around you generally there are like the bioluminescence from the purple veins are giving off a slight light, so you can see at least in your immediate vicinity, but beyond that, no, it's just kind of dark over there where she's pointing.
Still can't really see in the dark all that well.
Oh, right. Sorry. I forget sometimes. Well, come on. Let's introduce you. Oh, and, uh, two things. One, when you feel something on your mind, it's gonna feel similar to when we first got here. Let him in. And two, try not to be freaked out.
Uh, hopefully he's not freaked out by whatever's going on in my head. Part of the things I have to explain.
Oh, okay.
So you guys are approaching.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, uh, Maru and Passeth, can you talk again? Because I see your lights lighting up. I'm not hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Testing. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Okay. That was. I
Oh.
kept seeing your lights flash up, but I didn't hear anything. I'm like, uh oh. So, you guys begin to walk closer, and as you do so, there's that sensation that you first felt when you entered the damaged building atop. Are you resisting?
Not this time.
Hesitantly will drop my guard.
Okay. As you do so, it feels like there's a cold whisper that seems to be able to run alongside the inside of your skull. Not painful, but however you would interpret that feeling is your choice. And you hear a voice that says, "Well, now that we're all acquainted, this is an odd turn of events. Usually, when a human is subject to one of my creations, they don't live to tell the tale. So now that you're here, that is quite interesting. Although, you're not all human.
Yeah. My mom is a sister of yours as well, and we were told to find you by my Uncle Bartholomew.
Oh, you were directed here by old Barty. Huh.
Yep.
So many strange coincidences today. So,
Okay.
my apologies, continue, Estelle.
I was just gonna ask what some of those others were, but I assume that's what you were gonna start talking about.
The other coincidences.
Yeah, I. If you think it's a coincidence, then what other things happen?
Well, I had one of my siblings come here, which I've not had in. Oh, I can't even remember how long. I've also learned that one of my siblings was able to reproduce, which was also an unknown factor to myself.
I also have 2 sisters.
Well, I'm just learning a lot today. Two sisters, and from what I've seen, you're quite lively. To be able to do that, reproduce in such a way as to create. This is the DM fucking up on what word he's trying to remember. Create viable offspring is truly remarkable. Huh.
Yeah. My older sister and myself were, for given definitions at the moment of the word fine, we're fine, but my younger sister is very sickly. One of the things that we're doing is trying to find a way to help her recover.
That would follow as the DNA pattern of, well, our kind is not exactly suited for mortal copulation. He just said a word that you guys
Yeah.
don't know.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Don't know what that means.
It's a reference to your genetic code, what makes you you. But that is beyond the veil. What I am so very curious to learn about is that you were able to find me here, which is nice, yet I am in the presence of and only Estelle can see this, but he is gesturing to you. I am in the presence of a sibling of mine who is truly what one would consider a problem child. And Estelle, you see him move over his hand to Paseth, and it seems like another is a renegade. And then he passes his hand over one more time to Leanna. And one is just here for the ride, isn't she?
Wouldn't quite say that.
They broke a rule in the Unseelie Court.
I think he may mean your focus. as opposed to what you do, compared to others of your kind. Not your adopted kind, but your... And Lan is going to have a slightly confused expression on her face when she is trying this line of similar genes? Is that how that works?
That is close enough.
Closer to species, I guess. But yeah, no, that's fair. But also there's plenty of fairies who do little things of tinkering, like making acorn top plates and other things like that, making saddles for rabbits and stuff.
Okay, that just sounds adorable, and I want to see one.
There's one who's particularly fond of bells.
Well, this is a fascinating conversation, but, yes. Estelle,
Yeah?
our niece here is in remarkable shape for something that should have rendered her incapable of movement, action, or thought. So that is what I wish to focus on at the moment.
Yeah.
Yes.
What, you said you wanted to explain something?
Yeah, that sunken underwater place that I've been to, that I've mentioned in the past, I went there. I was speaking with what I assumed to be Bathal, according to what Gertrude had said. And then something started talking, speaking about pillars, which I will also get to again in a second. And then the very base of what turned out to be a lake started waking up around me and tried to attack. It swung a fist at me. I dodged. I threw my cards at it. One of them ended up being the Reaper, and it got blasted with... Would I have been able to tell that was necrotic energy, or in no world would Lana have been able to tell what kind of energy it was?
I believe that I described it as the resplendent promise looking like creature grasping it, so yeah, you could definitely infer that.
Yeah. Of some incredibly powerful necrotic energy, and it broke it free some. And then I was given, as far as I understand, the ability to send something away. Either send away the giant, or send away the runes that, or circle that I didn't know what it was. So I sent away the circle. I was then picked up and lifted high above the world. And I mentioned that I needed to get back. And I was told that I could be sent back. But the being to send me back didn't want to break one of the 3 pillars. Which apparently I am one of those pillars. I turned to speak with it, standing on the palm of its hand like one would stand on a platform. was a completely scarred up face, fresh cuts, scars, wounds, a beard that was pockmarked with scars as well, glowing skin, or luminescent skin, not quite like how you glow sometimes, Estelle, and not quite what I described the resplendent promises glow as either, but it was very old. Had golden eyes, and the pupils were slitted like a reptile or a cat, and said that I could be brought back, but I'd be missing something. I wouldn't be the same. Don't quite know what that means, 'cause I feel the same. And before they brought me back, I asked them who they were. And the last line they left me with was that they intend to find out who they are.
Okay. That's worrisome.
A hand that I was on moved and just brought me from wherever we were, well above the world, across Tiān to days of travel in minutes, until we reached here, the tower. And the hand reached down through the tower and placed me back within myself.
Huh. Well, I'm thankful, but I'm very worried by what it meant by not being the same.
I am quite worried as well. I told it that I don't want to change. I like who I am.
Do you think the three pillars are referring to us?
I asked, but I didn't get an answer.
Okay. So, do you think that you describe Faithal as probably being a giant, and you saw the resplendent promise again, another giant. Do you think this was one too?
I forgot to ask in the moment, but what language was the creature speaking with me?
Giant.
It was also speaking giant, so yeah, definitely a giant.
Huh. Okay. So, as worrying as this sounds, I'm thankful that you're here.
I'm glad that I'm not gone as well. I can't even imagine what it would have done to you, let alone the rest of my family.
I mean, no, that's another thing we need to discuss. What the hell happened, Estelle?
Oh,
You split up. She
Oh.
was two.
Oh, that's right. You saw that, but you didn't get any of that. Um, Okay. So, when I saw the sigil when trying to see what was happening in the hallway, I was basically stuck in my own mind, and uh, that's when, uh, gesturing over to uh, Redfield, that's when he helped me get out of that. He essentially said that I would have to uh, to figure out what was happening with the stars and potentially even lose my mind to get out of there. That's a little drastic, but it thankfully it didn't happen. And I learned that I learned why the stars went out. The stars didn't disappear. They didn't fizzle out or anything like that. They blinked.
What does that mean?
Do you remember that night in New Pass when I said I had the dream and I started to hear a song?
Yes, I remember.
One of the lines was, I I just heard it, but I can't remember it exactly. It was something like, the they are the night, they are the night, the thousand eyes, the thousand eyes. The thousand eyes are the stars. At least some of them, I think. And
The,
I,
s- the song the maestro's voice was singing when we first met them.
right. And
Bunch of eyes.
I I think, I don't know.
I don't think I can ever sleep again.
It's it's
That's horrifying.
it, I I understand that, but it rattled me too. But I that isn't really a half of it. But that's the big thing that happened. Well, one of the big things. Another thing is that, so to explain why there were two of me, uh, I I'm not 100% sure, but what I think it was is that the two. Okay, so ASMR are born when the this plane, the this world, the material, and the Feywild and another all have this convergence point. And when that happens, the energies sort of form together into one of us. And what I thought the third plane was, as your mom described to me, was some kind of higher plane or something. It's not. Uh, Redfield said that it's somewhere called the Far Realm. And I'm, and technically we are part aberration, I think is the word.
I mean, you are an aberration to this plane in all technicality.
I mean, yeah, but yeah, no, that is completely fair. That is that's exactly right. But kind of like,
Wonder Show didn't like any of you until he had his change of heart.
yeah, we technically are part of something that exists but shouldn't.
Wait. That old fucker is still alive.
Show?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my. Ah! So long, and he's still not. Oh.
He actually apologized for all the bullshit.
He can. If he wanted to apologize, he would just turn to dust and leave everyone alone already.
That's actually a really good question. How old is he?
Let's see. See. I'm trying to collect my idea of the passage of time in terms of here. It's a bit difficult. Let's see. I was born. God, he has to be at least somewhere around the 6,000 mark, at least.
And it took him this long to accept that people are people?
Oh, he didn't accept it from the beginning. Father was a bit of an asshole.
Yeah, turns out that some of my anti-authoritarian leanings came from Mom, who learned to hate authority from him.
Good.
Huh.
Honestly, now that I think about it, Mom may have picked up being an artificer specifically to piss him off.
There's a moment of pause, as while you cannot... Passeth and Leona, you have not seen this figure yet. It is still too dark, and he is just a little ways away. But, Leona, you can physically feel something bending over you. And you hear the voice in your head say, "That's a word I've never heard before. Artificer. One who practices with gadgets. Huh. Tell me, how proficient would you say My sister, your mother, is in this practice.
I'd say that she is incredible at it.
Would you mind if I looked for myself?
Go ahead, but be careful. I don't know if anything else is trying to mess with my head, and I don't want it to cause you any trouble.
Oh, my dear. I assure you, when it comes to matters of the mind, there's nothing I have not yet seen. And there's not pain, a bit intrusive, but it feels like that cold whisper seems to center around your mind for a second as it goes quiet for a solid 30 seconds. Well, that is a truly remarkable woman. Props to her. She is as you say. Perhaps I've spent too much time away from my siblings and I should return. Although, there are always problems with such endeavors.
I'm trying to think, was there anything else that I can't forget, or that I can't remember, that I am forgetting?
Would you like me to check for you?
Sure. I'm just trying to replay events in my head, because it's been a lot at the past 10-ish minutes. So, yeah.
Okay. And again, the hovering, and again, good 30 seconds of a solid quietness. Wow. Yeah, he really hasn't changed much from being the individual I knew. As far as any of your concerns, I've seen that you have many things on your plate as of now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot.
I don't mean to be the, bearer of bad news or the spoiler of your fun, but you do realize that you've gotten yourself in a bit of a pickle with not only the various individuals you've met along the way, but with the very beings that dictate you as a whole. I mean,
Yeah.
your circle is going to be disjointed, Estelle.
Wait, this... Yeah, there's, I'm trying to even know... I'm trying to figure out whether or not I should tell them what's going on with everything, let alone how. and with just absolutely everything, it's yeah, it's a lot.
So is the name of the place going to have to change now that Rook is dead?
Oh yeah, I saw that. That was kind of funny actually.
Okay. Very much nervous laughter right now, from that comment. So, um, one very good question, but second thought being, how
How?
how do we? Well, yeah, just how. General statement. But the biggest reason I came here was to figure out what's going on with the stars, and now I know, and it's just them blinking. As much of as ridiculed as I was for it in the past, yes, it's apparently a natural thing. But now with that,
Creature up there with all of the eyes, or is it multiple creatures with one eye?
Oh, thousands.
Thousands of creatures?
Both.
thousands of creatures, thousands of eyes. That's not
It's
terrifying.
no, that just multiplies how terrifying that is by 1,000.
Still not gonna stop me from doing what I do.
It hasn't affected you up until this point. Why should it affect you after?
I don't like being stared at while I'm sleeping.
It's
But
not
you.
all
Go ahead.
it's not all that uncommon. In fact, if I do recall, you are a fairy, are you not?
Hey?
Indeed, and I haven't brushed up on my lore in a while, but aren't fairies usually born in houses dedicated to specific stars?
Hey?
So in a way, you're not all that different from myself, Leanna, and Estelle.
Hey, but that's before I knew what the stars actually were.
Well, I guess so, yeah. So, actually, one other thing. Um, I literally was talking with myself earlier. I was into it's, well, I was gonna say it, but no, my other self, I guess, the I guess the aberrant side of me, she said that, what was it? It was something about not, I remember not being the same coming up. Or I remember some thought didn't feel like mine, but I remember a thought being to basically accept some type of deal and everything would stop. All of this that I wanted to stop would. This being me being incorporeal and not being able to do anything, and the fight and my body just floating with the tattoos I usually have when I'm channeling magic. They were black and purple, and if I had just accepted the deal, then it would stop, but I decided against it. I literally willed myself into a second being, and we took each other's hands and became one again.
Lana hugs Estelle.
Oh. A little surprised, but hugs her back. So, with what I just described,
Of you. It was
yeah,
like a corrupt version of you.
yeah.
It was terrifying. Did you get
So,
your neck all the way around?
yeah, that was weird. That was creepy. But, Rickfield, with what I described, is that, do you know what any of that could have been?
Well,
Or,
since you were engaged in the since you were engaged with the rune that I had set up at the beginning of my fortress here, and you were your primary self was preoccupied with a conversation with yours truly, and you then were ascending to a higher plane in a conversation consisting of whatever you and the stars were discussing. Your body itself, as the rune was damaged, was essentially trying to reclaim its mind, but your mind wasn't there. It was with the stars at the moment. So the only thing that could resurface at that time was a you that doesn't really get to see the light of day all that often. The other side, that other eye that isn't green, got to emerge for the first time, truly.
okay.
So in trying to break you free, I caused more problems.
Or you brought
Oh,
about a revelation that needed to be had.
yeah. Okay, so,
Imagine being able to summon that kind of other side of you for help.
I that does certainly sound interesting, but I don't know if I want to try to manifest a second me. I don't even know if that's possible.
With some tomfoolery, it is. I've been tampering with some of that arcane nature myself over the past few years, and with that, there's a snap of his fingers, and a dim purple light begins to glow as the figure itself begins almost floating back to their workstation. And as the light begins to emit in the area, past Seth and Lyanna, you see, for the first time, a figure about 7 feet tall, rail thin, purplish skin, long black robe, hands similar but very dissimilar to humans, as they're missing 2 digits but have 2 long digits instead, along with a long thumb. Their eyes match Estelle's. However, their head is long and distended. And where a mouth should be, there are tentacles. And with that, we will take our break. We will see you all after the break.
Indeed.
All right.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Back with the conversation with the group and Estelle's estranged sibling.
Okay. So, with everything that's been kind of going on, so with the stars blinking being what happened, is there literally anything that can be done, or would it just have to be sit and wait until we see them again?
The stars themselves are manifestations of their own creatures, of their own beings. So, for one to blink is, in essence, for one to rest. So, when a star goes out in the sky, and you see his hand going over his workshop and then leading upwards, you realize that the back of the wall is a star chart that's not well charted out onto paper, but more grafted onto the actual rock. Not terribly large, about 6 foot by 6 foot. And he just kind of runs his hand over it as he says, "As they rest, the sky is made anew, and when they awaken, it is made anew once more." So, it's less a thing you must take action against and more a change that is most likely necessary.
Okay.
Then why did the eyes reopening coincide with us doing something that could be tangentially related to the constellation they represent?
That, dear, I believe is a moment in which one believes their actions more important than what they are. It is, as you say, odd, the timing of it, but in a larger scheme of things, the timing could be coinciding with a numerous amount of other things that could seemingly have a connection with what was happening at the time.
But
I don't
3
mean-
times so far? That's where I'm confused.
Yeah, that's one hell of a coincidence. Also,
Well,
have you seen this happen before?
have I seen them blink before?
Yeah.
Of course, many times. There are more stars than just the stars we see in the night sky. But as for the coincidence, indeed, again, as I said, it is unusual for it to happen 3 times in rapid response in terms of happenings on the material plane. But it's not, in the grand scheme of the grand chaos that we all live in, there are many circumstantial events that occur that will lead one to believe into a greater event, a greater meaning, a greater purpose. But I guess some would call it a relief and others would call it a cruelty. And that's the greatest lie that could ever be told, is that there really isn't a purpose. There really isn't a meaning. It's just what it is.
Okay. It's a slight bit of a letdown, because I thought I was actually doing something, but, well, technically we still did things, just happened to coincide with other things. Doesn't diminish their initial value at all.
Indeed.
Okay. So, oh, sorry, go on.
I hate to be such a downer, but I have looked through your past recollections, and while I understand that your years of work coming to a conclusion such as this might not be exactly what you were hoping in terms of excitement or something notable, I will say that perhaps it is for the best, considering what you already have on your plate.
Right. And speaking of that, do you know absolutely anything that could maybe help us with the resplendent promise, with the maestro, with our family?
Well,
Or anything?
I mean, you have a lot of questions ahead of you. In terms of the maestro, or in terms of that resplendent promise, I have not seen a being like the resplendent promise in many, many eons. And it's hard to put into consideration what it would actually take in order to confront this kind of creature. I have several theories, but they are only conjectures based off of my own intellectual curiosity.
Okay. Well, we will take absolutely anything that you are able to give that might help us, whether it's information about what it could be or what history you might know about any of the giants and about one seeing if there is a way to detect mental tampering and to dispel it if there is any.
Well, I can tell from our niece's memory that this resplendent promise is a giant. However, it is not a giant of normal standard. It is one that is swept with a... It's weird, and that's coming from me. The energy around it is not dissimilar to undeath, but it is not the same. How would I put this? And he takes a book off of his station and starts flipping through it and seems to be running a finger along it. Are any of you actually studiers and practitioners of arcane magic?
Yeah, I'm pretty smart. A lot of my the things that I make involve some arcane knowledge.
Good. Then we can work from there. When it comes to undeath, what have you deduced that principle, that core principle, actually means? Undeath.
Oh,
Referring to the brain making a once dead body either come back to life fully or just making it do your bidding.
That's not an unfair assessment, but it can be broken down into something further. As one could posit that the undeath of a creature is the resurrection of a new life, which is not unfair, depending on how you define these terms. But in my research, I have found that it can be condensed to a simple base descriptor, and that is movement and non-movement. Undeath is simply the movement of that which should be still. And from this creature, this resplendent promise, I see the stillness in a creature that should be moving. An unlife, if you will.
So instead of something being undead where it's moving but it shouldn't be, it's unalive where it's not moving but it should be. I'm getting that right?
It's stagnant? Could that be why it's empowering the maestro and trying to get the seasons to change?
Because it's always been autumn. That would make sense if it's somehow related to the eternal autumn, then that would make sense why the maestro wanted to change, because the resplendent promise wanted to change because it's stuck. It sounds plausible.
However, that is purely just conjecture. I cannot conclude whether or not that is 100% accurate. There are many different powers at work when it comes to our little country here, and I can see that you've already had a run-in with a few of the more interesting ones.
Yeah.
So, you're coming in very quietly, Paseth.
I was kind of whispering.
Oh, sorry.
We should introduce him to Gertrude. I think they'd have a lot in common.
Somehow I think that would be a terrible idea.
Agreed. Okay. Sorry, you were saying?
So, little, fairy individual. Should you tell them or should I?
Tell us what?
Blank. What would I tell them?
He might be referring to sin.
I'm not entirely sure if I want them involved with that.
Us involved with
Whatever.
what?
Yeah, whatever that is, we're going to be involved one way or another.
It's kind of just my beast of burden.
Just say it, passive, please. Not knowing is worse.
Do you know a creature called Sin?
Do I?
Exactly. Do I?
Both of you can roll history checks with disadvantage.
All right. History.
5.
16.
Neither of you have heard of this creature.
No. I mean, well, I know what sin is as a word, but I don't know what that has to do with anything.
Right. It's basically the hitman of the Unseelie Queen.
Oh. Oh, no.
Yeah, big nasty beast. Um, yeah, kind of tracking me down now. And I heard his voice while both of you were incapacitated during our fight. And who boy was he angry.
I don't think a creature like that knows how to be anything but.
Yeah.
And he's kind of tracking me down. And it kind of appeared at the Fey portal by Shiroknatau.
It might be hard to see in the lighting, but Estelle's face just went pale at that.
I, I think we may have to go back.
Yeah, we have, we have to go home. No, 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 please let everyone be okay.
Oh. Estelle, are you seriously going to work yourself up at this moment?
Well, just learning that an unseelie assassin was at my home thinking that we were there, yeah, that's kind of worrying.
If they were to attack our homestead, that one would have happened at some point in the past several weeks, I'm guessing. So, even if you were to full speed rush it back down to Shiroknatau, you would be several weeks late to help or do anything. And remember, it is an entire encampment full of people capable of defending themselves. I don't think that they would have had that much of a problem with one individual.
Yeah, I know the healing capabilities of druids. It's pretty good.
That makes sense, but I eventually still do have to go home anyway. But later.
Yeah, if he did get my message back, I did kind of taunt him.
Of course you did.
Estelle just kind of tilts her head one direction.
Just kind of a bring it on kind of situation. So that's kind of why. I mean, to be fair, I didn't know what was going on with you two. For all I know, I would have been by myself again.
So you pick a fight with the pet assassin of the Unseelie Court?
Well, yeah, because I figured that I would be by myself. I wanted to take him on, Pow, pow, pow. Just kind of punching the air a little bit.
Well, good news for you then. You're not alone. You're not going to fight that thing alone. And we're going to drive it off, at the very least. Or, at the very least, we'll keep running. Until we can fight it off.
Leanna, you see something quickly pass to your right.
Spin and try and see what I saw.
You spin, you look. Seems to just be dark, empty cave.
Take a closer look.
Okay. Roll perception.
"12."
Seems like a dark, empty cave. But you know you saw something that passed by.
There was something here. Just saw something move.
Oh no. Estelle is going to cast the light cantrip and go in that direction.
Okay.
She indicated.
As you cast light, you are you casting on like a stalagmite or just at the end of your staff or something?
Casting it on the end of my staff to get that extra 10-foot bonus
Okay.
to see it clearly from further away.
Okay. As you cast light on your staff, there's a brilliant glow that emanates from it. And you guys can see the room more clearly now. There appears to be different kinds of workstations. There appears to be the one that Longstride was standing at with papers strewn about, the star map on the wall. You also notice that there's about 20 feet to his right, where he was walking before Estelle, there appears to be some sort of cauldron-like object in the corner, in kind of a corner. There appears to be other designs and mechanisms all strewn about the room of very unknown origin and even unknown application. The only reason that you can tell that these are objects, not rocks or some other form, is because of the general shape. And there appears to be something that might resemble a button or a trigger on a couple of them. The walls themselves are still the natural formation of the cave, and the rest seems to be just made out of the stalagmites and stalactites, the stalactites dripping the water still. But beyond that, it appears to be empty.
Now that there's light, am I able to take a closer look again?
Roll perception.
Another 12.
Still looks empty.
I know I saw something.
We're in the cave. It could have been a rat.
I highly doubt a rat would be down here.
If it is enough to calm your minds, there is nothing here. If there was something here, I'd be able to hear it, detect it, or it would have triggered something by now.
Right, hear it. Might be dumb, but Leanna is going to spend a charge of her amulet of detect thoughts in the direction of where she saw something.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but detect thoughts, do you have to see a creature?
Checking. Yes, I do have to see it. Never mind then.
Alright. Well, I'll keep the light on just so we can all see a little bit better, but if you see whatever it is again, just let me know, okay? Alright. So, I got, I got a little, I forgot what we were talking about before. What was it again? We were talking about sin, right?
Big beastie, yep. And now that I don't have to worry about you two so much right in the moment, now I kind of need to divulge a plan. How I can take down this big old beast. Hmm, gonna need a big trap.
If he's Fey, gonna need iron.
Ugh, gross. But yeah, that would be very effective. Unless that's just a fairy thing. I never really checked it with other Fae. Would I know that, or should I roll a history check?
I mean, you kind of said it yourself that you didn't check it. I would say roll a history check with advantage because this is something that you'd most likely know.
Mm.
14? I mean, it's reasonable to assume that other fairies, pixies, and such creatures have problems with iron, and there's even been rumor of the Sealy Queen having to deal with some unruly individuals that wielded such tools. Unseelie, though, kind of a toss-up. They don't exactly work the same that you do, but there is a similarity.
Some similarity, but I don't know if it will fully work. We're just
Well,
trying, though.
that's the least we can do. Try.
Yeah.
Okay. So, we have most answers that we came for and some new questions. Is there anything else we wanted to do, or 'cause I genuinely cannot think of much else. Oh wait, that's right. Um, before we got to the discussion of sin, we were talking about the resplendent promise and the maestro, and uh, I don't think we ever fully finished that conversation.
If you were looking for a way in order to combat them, I may have a solution to your problems.
Okay. What do you think it could be?
I am listening.
Give me 1 second. And he will take a look at his tables and he will pick up an empty jar. And he will walk over to his cauldron and you see him lean in. And it kind of looks like he's scooping something. He puts a lid on the jar and walks it back over to you and extends his arm out to you to hand it over.
Estelle will take it and ask, "What is this?"
A potential solution to your problem, if you want them to be pacified.
Define pacify. There are multiple ways that could be defined.
They would no longer be a threat to anyone else, including themselves, and, in fact, could be a great help to me and my endeavors.
Well, so far, except for the traps.
Okay, and what do you mean by that?
Have you looked at the jar contents yet?
Yeah. She would, seeing what it is and asking.
For one, the first thing you notice is that the jar is wet. But looking in there, there appears to be it looks like a large school of fish, but no, they're smaller. I don't know, something, perhaps tadpoles?
What?
Character.
What are these?
That
Yeah.
was very helpful. Ooh,
Yeah.
man.
Out of character, who boy.
I actually don't know what that is.
I think I know, but I'm not sure.
Mind flare type. Like, out of character, mind flare tadpoles, that's what creates new mind
Right,
flares.
those. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But Estelle will ask, what are these?
Those are a way to, as you were able to come into my abode and I'm able to speak into your mind, it is because I have a magical connection between us, a psychic one. This would be a more biological connection. I would be able to make myself, enforce myself upon whoever would be attached to one of those. So if you have an enemy that is attempting to harm you or your kin or people that are innocent, I would be more greatly able to stop them if they were attached.
Okay. And how would that
Wouldn't that
attach
bring the wrath of the Unsteely Queen directly to you? Sorry for the interruption.
I think he was talking more about our friends and family than sin.
I'm referring to any of your enemies. If you're concerned about and it's weird, this creature who you don't see any lips and he's talking purely through telepathy. And as you stare and as you look at his eyes, his pupils are pinpricks. They are tiny, but they are just big enough to be able to see, and they look focused. And they've always looked this way, even when it was dim light. It's always just pupils, tiny pinpricks. And he says, if it is the unseelie queen that you are worried about, and somehow her having a problem with me, don't concern yourself. I don't think that the unseelie queen would dare step foot here, actually, unless she wanted to draw the ire of her sister. Then everything is going to be destroyed, so at that point it doesn't really matter.
If that happens, I'm hoping it'd be a good distance so that I can get at least some of a show before I die.
Although, I am very curious what would happen if you were able to get one of those close to her.
Probably turn to dust before I even get close enough. Both me and the little squiggly thing.
Probably. Yeah. And you said to attach this to someone. How do you mean attach?
Well, essentially, for you, all you'd have to do is gently place it on their person, and the insect would finish the rest.
I see. Okay. Well, it's certainly something to keep in mind. Thank you. And she's going to put it away for now.
Are they comfortable enough in there that I can put it in the bag of holding, the chest of holding?
They do not require oxygen, so that would not be a problem.
Ah, there we go.
Okay then. Just put it, Estelle will go over to Boxbot then and, place it inside.
And just hand it to me. I kind of want to do this myself.
Oh, alright.
Just kind of personal. I do appreciate your help. But if I can take this thing down and kind of give a big middle finger to the unseelie queen, that would just make me so happy.
Giving anyone the middle finger would make you happy. Don't
Oh yeah.
try to undersell yourself.
Yeah, but just to her, ooh, yeah, I'd go down in history and very kind. Like legitimately becoming a hero, that would be huge.
Well, let's focus on small steps first. So, we have a general idea of a plan, figure out where our families are, figure out how to get them back, and to stop whatever is going on with the Maestro and their Resplendent Promise. And if we can somehow figure out other things along the way, such as whatever's happening with Sin, and hopefully once we get your sister back, we can help your other sister, then who knows what'll be in store for us as we travel and go through those things.
You mentioned getting your family back. Correct me if I'm wrong. I might have missed a memory or two, but I believe that everyone was already accounted for.
Well,
The issue is mostly that they have been coerced, tricked, or somehow brought into working for the Maestro and the Resplendent Promise, and against us.
What makes you say that?
The fact that they have tried to kill us.
How does that confirm that they were tricked or coerced?
Because I can't see another way that my sister would do all the things she's done.
So because you lack the ability to understand means that the reality of the situation has to be something that fits within your purview?
What I want it to be.
So it's want over truth.
At the moment, until I have more information.
There's a head tilt, and despite him not having lips, you can incite the kind of impressed, when someone does the kind of I don't know how to describe it. When someone like frowns and kind of nods their head like, okay. Yeah, that's kind of the gist that he's giving off here. In the session chat, basically.
Yeah. I was looking for something along those lines to
Yeah.
post.
Well, I'm glad to see that you know exactly where your values stand.
Yes, it's some family turmoil that we're trying to solve and try to help them out, and so that they don't become evil assholes.
and
It's
kill
not
anyone
just...
if we have.
And
Yeah,
so
evil
that...
assholes killing random innocent people.
And so the Queen doesn't execute them.
That too.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, and again, I only just viewed what I viewed, but it appears they've already gone the way that you feared.
Yes, but that's why I'm saying that I'm hoping that it's some kind of compulsion or coercion, something that it can be shown that it wasn't them that did it in the end, so...
If that is your hope, then I am not one to try to dissuade it. If it is true, though, and they are being coerced, then I believe that my gift will be of great benefit, as it will eliminate any coercion from one's mind.
Okay. Well, now we have a definitive way to make sure that there's nothing there.
Yeah.
Arcana or even an insight to see about that, about what he just said. Like an Arcana to see if I know what an illithid is, or an
Okay,
insight to
so you,
see like if he's being a little nefarious with what he said.
you
Like, oh
can
yeah, use the tadpoles. They'll totally help them.
you can roll an insight check on him, but you would not have any fucking clue what an illithid is, even on a natural
Figured.
20.
I figured since I didn't know what a Duragar was. Kind of same domain. 19.
19. One second. Why is this being so stupid? Give me 1 second. I'm having technical difficulties.
No worries.
Like that. He gave me a bunch of little squiggly bugs and just put them on a person that's going to help them fix all their brain problems? Sure, give my sister a parasite. That sounds like a great idea.
I mean,
Diana's running a bit on hopium.
Yeah.
he is, the sibling to a druid, which, uses animals in their tactics.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
and our characters don't know enough or anything about mind flayers to know how bad of an idea this probably is.
Mm-hmm. Like,
Uh,
I, as a player, want to do the most intense of insight checks, but Estelle has no reason at the current moment to doubt him.
Same with Lyanna.
Me as a player, I want to see what a fairy mind flayer looks like.
A very
oh,
small mind flayer.
Yeah.
So, your insight check was to check on what exactly?
To see if he has any underlying nefariousness with the suggestion of putting our family into that situation.
As you look over his person, and you're kind of running the words through your head, and he doesn't give anything away by look. He doesn't have an expressive face like a normal humanoid. So there's nothing to give away. His body language is weird. He kind of looks like he's floating at all times. His fingers are just kind of tapping against his arms every so often. And as you think about it, this is a place that is... This is beyond the Unseelie Court right now. The Unseelie Court is bereft of life and color and enjoyment, but this place isn't a negation of life. It's just it's not explainable to the tongue. The veins that you saw coming in, the tools that you see on the ground, as someone like you that should be knowledgeable of any tool cannot explain. It feels weird to you, Paseth, that this option comes by so simply, and that as he explained what it did, there are hesitations that you notice, that it feels very much like you trying to pass off one of your schemes onto someone else. Like when you were to try to play a practical joke on a certain dwarf from back home.
Right, okay, that's good enough. Hopefully these little squigglies will be plenty useful.
Alright. And again, thank you for absolutely everything that you've done. You helped me back to me. You gave us answers that, well, you gave me answers that I've been searching for years, and given us a way to maybe get our family back. So, again, thank you so much, brother, for all of this.
Of course. Anything for family. Just be careful. There are a lot of unforeseen consequences of actions yet to be taken. And hey, if you need help, don't be afraid. And he kind of gestures his head over to Paseth, and more likely Paseth's trunk of holding. I can always be a help. I'm just one application away.
Understood.
All right.
Absolute delight, and I wish we could have made an appointment beforehand, so we didn't have to deal with the walking brains.
Why did everything explode earlier?
Explode?
The locals have mentioned that there was a really big explosion or something along the lines here at this tower.
You see, okay. Now, my form, I can't necessarily go out like this. Shockingly, many people find it frightening. I know, weird, but I was actually attempting to try a new recipe to bake strawberry jam. It did not end as well as I had hoped, I had a few miscalculations.
I will pass that along.
A few miscalculations.
A number of miscalculations.
I've heard cooking described as alchemy effectively, so things can mix weird.
I don't think black powder should be in jam.
You know, I thought the same, but I thought, hey, bake it faster. Black powder.
You. I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh.
No, you
This is-
definitely should.
This is too funny.
Listen, arcane magic, simple. Walk in the park. Bread and strawberry jam is literally of the hells.
Well, I don't think I'm much of a savant when it comes to cooking, but I can show you a few pointers.
That
And I've helped.
Maybe it might be of the hells, but when you get it just right, something happens.
And I've helped Mom a time or two in the kitchen, so I can assist with that as well.
That would be wonderful. As soon as I get my abode to stop looking like it was ransacked by a bunch of goblins, I will give you a notification and you will help me with that.
Sounds
I
like a
did.
plan.
I did find this in your abode. Is this part of something? And I bring up the weird chitin strip.
Ah, you found that. Thank you. And he will extend his hand out to you.
It's very, very fancy, very nice material. Wondering what was it part of? And I give it back to him.
It is indeed. It's a part of my armor that I use when I go on my expeditions down into the Underdark.
Ah, we actually found a little bit more on the road. Are you out on the road earlier?
Are you referring to the road outside of Rustyard here?
Yeah. I bring out the other strip.
Point of order, you did not find it outside of Rustyard, you found that outside of Bronze Watch.
Oh, Bronze Watch. Yeah, I found it by Bronze Watch.
Oh. That is peculiar. I actually was heading... My last trip was more from Dark Gulch heading up here, so that piece of chitinous armor being located that far west is a bit odd.
So, does that mean that it might not be yours?
I hoped I only had the one missing piece of my armor. Let me check. And you see him just kind of hover over to another corner, and you see him pull directly out of the wall a set of what only can be described as like ghoulish feathers that are kind of wrapped together loosely in what appears to be a tunic of the same kind of chitinous material. And he kind of looks it over and says, "No, it only appears to be the one area, so it's being located near Bronze Watch 2 is also peculiar. I haven't been over there in a while. The ruling authority over there doesn't really care much for my intervention.
Okay, so if it's not your armor, and we know it can't be Nolan's, then whose armor was it a part of?
It could very easily be another Illithid's.
Wait, another what?
Illithid, what I am.
Oh! That... I guess that's possible.
I wonder what Malma said.
Well, it's something to, look, to keep in the back of our heads for later. It's definitely interesting.
Yeah.
Alright. And, just a question about your armor. Do you have any, extra material from it? It's very fascinating stuff.
Let me look, and he just starts reaching into walls and cartoonishly throwing stuff out, looking for materials.
I'm willing to pay if you happen to have any.
Okay, how about this? I do not have any on hand, and he kind of floats back to his table. And he says, how about you meet me back upstairs, and I will provide a few extra materials once I'm able to conjure it up. It takes a while, though, and I don't want you waiting down here for so long.
Alright, if anything, I would, we're in the city of the biggest library in the realm, so I would also like to do a little research. So if there's a timetable, I have some more stuff to be able to do.
Wonderful, then. I can just let me know when you are ready, and I will be able to provide it if it's not in the next 10 minutes or so.
Oh, 10 minutes, that's that's no time at all. I thought it would be like a couple hours or something.
Well,
Yeah,
it's...
let's. Oh, wait, sorry.
No, please go ahead.
Is it a couple hours?
No, it's not. It's just... It gets a little messy, because I was planning on summoning the creature that it came from, and then I would have to kill it, and then I would skin it for its hide, and that takes, some time, and it is a bit gruesome. I didn't want to display that in front of my guests.
That is very much understandable.
Indeed.
Yeah, that is understandable, but I must say I am a little curious of what kind of creature that came from.
I understand that, and I respect that. Truly. But my sibling and my niece also look like they have been put through quite enough for one lifetime already. So I think that I will spare them this extra cruelty.
Appreciated.
Yeah, I'd like to find someplace to rest for a little while.
You know what? It's been put in my head. Let's go get some bread and jam.
If it's not all burned, sure, I'll try.
Passeth,
Yeah?
roll me a wisdom save real quick.
Oh boy. $19.
What's your spell save DC?
My spell save DC is a 16.
Okay. Nothing happens.
Oh, I hate that, but it's great.
So, you guys are going to go up and look for something to eat and rest?
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, heading back up the ramp and through the hallway, it takes a good, 10, 15 minutes, especially since you are going uphill for a good portion of that time. But for all intents and purposes, you guys are able to leave unhindered with no additional issues, no additional brain creatures. And most interestingly, when you get to the front door, it unlocks and you are able to exit seamlessly.
Huh.
Another thing, how dare you girls just leave me alone with that giant brain creature? You were both passed out and or unconscious or whatever, and I had to fight that massive thing all by myself.
Oh, I
Well,
wouldn't have gone out if I had a choice in the matter.
and agreed, same, and well, also, you had to basically fight something. I probably would have preferred that to having a cosmic revelation of the realizing that the stars are eyes, the thing that I, dedicated practically my entire life to studying.
And
I'm still gonna keep doing it, but
I would very much like to know what's different about me, because apparently something in me has changed just to bring me back from whatever the fuck was going on.
Still juggle.
Yes, I can still juggle. I still have my skills. I'm
Have
still
you
me.
tried?
No, I have not tried, but I know that wouldn't go away. I would know.
Maybe it's her sense of humor.
Oh, jeez. Wow.
this is in and out of character laughing at that quip.
No, I'm sorry, that was undeserved. I am just. I mean, we've all come to a little bit of a scary situation with all personal stuff. You
Yeah.
found out that there's eyeballs in the sky. You found out that there's a giant in the bottom of the ocean. And I found out that there's a unseelie boogeyman trying to hunt me down because I picked a flower.
I'd say that sounds disproportionate, but from what I know about the Fae, no. That's exactly what you should have expected.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
But then it doesn't make sense that I'm not allowed to do it, but someone else was.
Who says they were allowed?
They're not being chased down by sin.
How do you know that?
Touche, I don't know that. I mean, I guess that means that they're just able to run really fast away from it.
Or
'Cause
they purchased
they
the
stole
right
it before.
or they purchased the right to do it.
We don't really care about money that much.
Favors. I know Faye like favors. Promises.
That's true. We do like that.
Yeah, could have been, hey, let me do this if I do something for you kind of thing. That's possible.
Oh my gosh, is the Unseelie Queen persuaded by the
I
promise?
I don't think it's quite that far. I I hope it's not that far.
Oh
That
my
would
god,
suck.
if we kill the queen, does she get a mask too and become a maestro?
I don't
I
know, but I'm also not thinking we're going to be able to do something like that to the Unseelie Queen.
No, yeah, we're never going to be able to kill her. I say, but despite the fact that we did beat an archdruid.
who is
wasn't
clearly
oper-
holding back.
Yeah, who was not
Exactly.
operating under how they normally would.
Exactly, she wouldn't be operating under what she would normally be doing. So
Are you
she's
sure
just
about that?
basically, I don't know. It's just a theory.
I feel like this
I
is
wouldn't.
getting away from us.
Yeah, that is not something I would gamble on.
That's just a theory, an Unseelie theory.
Okay, Matt Pat.
Unseelie.
Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching.
Oh.
Is Bowser actually the Unseelie Queen? Find out this week.
Let's find out by removing her crown.
Okay.
She turns into a giant turtle. Bingo.
Okay, we have gotten
Okay,
thoroughly off
Yeah,
topic.
yeah, thoroughly off topic right now. But
Paseth is just Crocodile Dundee cross with Matt Pat.
Jesus. Okay.
Crikey.
as far as
That's a good
entertaining
for a
as
win.
okay, to bring it back to the game. Um okay, so do we want to find a place to eat, or do we just want to eat rations, or do we probably should also probably find somewhere to rest unless we plan to, literally leave the same day we got here.
No, I think we should probably go to the library for a little bit at the very least. A lot of information has to be there.
I go to
Yeah.
the library as I look around at all of the shelves of books in the city. The city is a library,
Oh,
isn't it?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
well, that is true. Well, yeah, so we'll probably,
I think we deserve something nice and warm.
yeah, yeah, we've been through a lot. Let's treat ourselves to something other than, good berries or rations.
Okay, so you're looking for some place to eat here?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, why not?
Okay. I'm gonna say someone roll me an investigation check.
I could, if that's alright.
Don't you have like a crazy investigation?
I do, +8.
Yeah.
Alright. And, I could I apply guidance, or would it just be a normal roll with the advantage?
Let's just say, uh, no guidance this time.
Understandable. Don't want another 32. That is a 26.
Only a 26. So,
We follow our nose.
and you do indeed, kind of sifting through the scent of paper and the scent of ink quills and whatnot. And, Estelle, you are able to find food. But the thing is that food here is different than food in other cities, as the food here is very much on the go. So, so a lot of it is prepackaged. A lot of it is stuff that is, I'm trying to think of the fucking word, non-perishable. It is very much stuff that is meant to last, stuff that is meant to be mobile. So basically, you're in the city of granola bars, yogurt, and salted meats.
Oh, rations.
I was hoping for street food.
Right. I want a calzone. They're mobile.
You know what? I would say that there would be at least like one food stand that would take advantage of the city's lack of cuisine.
Totally a shifty merchant, but they're raking it in.
It's a hole in the wall, and those always do well with food.
Yeah, might as well.
Hey kids, want some tacos? They're messy. I'll get your books dirty. Greasy from all the meat juice.
Oh, Jesus.
Please stop. Please stop.
Sorry,
Oh,
I'm tired.
goodness.
My brain's a little goofy right now.
So, like I was saying, there's one food stand. It looks very similar to a hot dog cart. And there's one guy under the umbrella who is just kind of. He looks a bit older, a bit dirtier. Oddly enough, a full elf. And he is currently just. Looks like he's wiping off kind of the bartender-esque wiping off the lid of the stand that he is working at.
Hello.
Hey,
Hi, how you doing? What you want?
What you got?
Well, here at Lamb's Grand Dam Bandstand, we have anything that you need.
Anything vegetarian?
Sure.
Sweet, I'll take the venison.
Just
Venison
see-
dog.
see him kind of cock his head down. He's all like, Fucking okay. And he reaches down and are you inside or outside of your bot?
I'm inside right now.
Okay, he just kind of throws a hunk of salted meat at the front of your bot.
Rude.
Then give me money first. You want good service? Give me money first, then ask for food.
Oh, the salted meat's for free then? Sweet, I'll take it.
I didn't think that
I don't
through.
care. I don't care if it's brown meat.
You know, here at Lamb's Grand Dam Bandstand, I don't appreciate that kind of attitude.
Here's a goal. We want some of the best meats you got. Or
He
however much it is.
he takes the
give it
gold. He takes the gold, nods at you, bends back over to go through the stand. Leanna, you get what can be considered a fantasy chili dog.
Perfect.
Estelle, you get what is considered a fantasy hot dog, a la a Yankees game kind of hot dog with kind of all the workings on it.
Nice.
Passeth,
Considering I don't want to get the cockpit all gross with food, I'll step out.
okay, good. He throws another leg of venison at you.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
This is gonna be my lunch and dinner.
No problem. Make sure to tell your friends about Lamb's Grand Dam Bandstand.
Will do.
Be sure.
I would say I already forgot it, but my mind doesn't work like that.
Yeah,
What
I'm
has
good.
gotten into you today, Passa?
I don't know. I'm just happy that I survived.
Fair enough.
Really understandable.
I am going to be writing that down, so say that name again, Big B.
That would be Lambs, Lambs, Grand Dam
Right.
Band Stand.
Thank you.
So, yeah, you guys got your food. Looking for a place to hunker down.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay. As the voice of Lamb hawking his food kind of dies out in the distance, there's an immediate problem you guys notice. As with the food, everything was on the go, except for one lucky stand. In terms of bunking, it doesn't look like there's an actual place of sleep or rest here.
Well, we can figure it out.
Huh.
Looking, oops, sorry.
Yeah. Worst comes to worst, we'll just camp again. That's all I was gonna say. Go
Looking around, the few people that you do notice asleep are kind of like sitting in a chair and kind of pushing their back up against a wall, kind of like knocked out after a night of studying kind of sleep.
Hmm.
on. Hmm.
You don't really see any beds or an inn.
I see. Yeah, it's kind of like a college. You just pick a spot and sleep. Not the most comfortable, but at least I have my own situation. I also want to go pick up my new material from our new
Yeah.
frame.
We could probably ask if we could hunker down there for the night.
That's true.
Yeah, that'd probably work.
Yeah. And even if he does say no, which I doubt, again, could always camp.
Yep.
Alright? Should have been. I mean, I think it literally took us 10 minutes to get out of here to get something to eat, so he's most likely done by now. So let's head on back, get your new materials, and see if he'd let us stay for the night.
Sounds like a plan to me. Let's go.
Okay.
Now that I'm going to have all this potential new stuff, should I put it on the barrel or should I put it on box spot?
Both sound chaotic. I love it.
I was gonna say it depends on how much of the material you have.
True. And it will for sure destroy the whole illusory bit.
Leanna, you see something run to your
Like,
right.
oh,
Let's turn and take a look.
Roll perception.
25.
25. You look in the direction, and with keen eyes and a quick wit, you see nothing. But you know you saw something.
Something there. I know it.
What's up?
I saw something go this way again.
Hey, do you think whatever that is might be part of that change that the thing mentioned?
Maybe. But I could definitely see it. I know something's there. And Lana would like to take a even closer look.
I will say, how is she taking a closer look? Is she
Stepping
just
closer.
squinting?
No, she's stepping closer and actively looking.
Okay. Roll an investigation check for me.
18.
18. There's a thorough scan and investigation of the surrounding area, and it doesn't appear that anything is out of place, overturned, or not as it's supposed to be. Which is weird because there was something here.
None of this makes any sense.
What? Could I potentially put on my glasses and going to ask, can you point towards what direction you saw it in? Maybe I could see it with these.
Sure. Lana's going to point exactly where she saw the thing move to.
Okay. And you are very easily able to do that. Investigation from Estelle with your glasses.
Would I be able to guide myself?
Sure.
Alright. So that is... Oh, wait, that messed up. There we go. That's a 22 with extra 1d4, a 2, so 24 total.
Okay. Estelle, you're able to quickly see the magic that emanates off of the buildings, as there are like abjuration wards that are used as the invisible walkways that people are using to walk and pick out books from the various different heights. You notice the magical items on a couple of the passerbys, but there's just nothing out of the ordinary. You don't see someone running or moving in any odd way. There's nothing that indicates any magic from someone like Longstride or even Gertrude. It just looks like the normal magical town.
Yeah. Even I don't see anything with these.
There's something there.
And I believe you, but I can't see it with even this. It's really weird.
Really suck if what was taken away was your sense of security.
Don't think that's what it would be. Gotta be something more esoteric than that.
Yeah. Well, let's, for now, let's just try to head on back, see if he'll let us rest there for the night, and just try to get some good sleep for tomorrow. Okay?
Yeah.
Alright,
Okay.
let's keep going.
As you guys head back, you are allowed back in with no troubles. You descend as you did before. And as you enter, Longstride is aloft in his abode, the dead carcass of a creature that none of you have ever seen, even in your nightmares, is currently lying on the table. It appears that the skinning process has been completed, and it appears the skin is lying next to the meat that is it was separated from. The chitinous skin, imagine one of those choruses from Elder Scrolls, kind of like that. Kind of looks like that, the actual skin itself, without being damaged and without being worked over into actual leather. And Longstride turns to you and says, "Oh, you're back early. I apologize, I wasn't quite finished yet. I might be losing my touch a little bit."
No worries.
Well, you're fine. You're fine. We got something to eat and looked around for somewhere to possibly rest, but then quickly realizing, oh yeah, there isn't one. So we wanted to ask if it would be all right if we could stay the night here, if that's all right with you.
For one, my apologies. I probably should have said something about that earlier. But, of course, it would be fine for you to stay here, although I don't have many accommodations. Would you... I do have a couple, but I doubt you would find it very comfortable.
Well, somewhere is better than nowhere.
Yep. And if need be, we have our bedrolls and stuff from traveling.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. I will be right back. And there's a quick puff of smoke, and Longstride appears to be gone. And just as soon as he disappears, he reappears closer to your group, about 10 feet away, more towards the ground. And he says, "Ah, I do have something that would work as a bed and blanket, I guess, if this will suffice." And he, out of the ground, extends 3 pods, roughly humanoid in shape. Or in size, I should say, not in shape.
I don't know why, but I love the mental images of just 3 giant pots rising from the ground. I love that. Um, I probably will, uh, like, when you say they're humanoid in shape, or not, in size rather, like, how would that even, uh, work? Like,
They're like
to
big
get in?
human, like a basketball player sized humanoid.
That is also fair. I'm just trying to think, like, size and, like, how would I get in there?
Yeah, I should say it like this. The height is like 7 or so feet. The depth is like 6 or so feet. So they're big. I was just thinking of 1 dimension, not 3 dimensions.
Oh yeah, no, if it, like, 7 feet tall, yeah, but also, like, a full person in width and length as well, yeah.
You could fit in these easily.
Mhm.
Especially Paseth.
Yeah.
Could fit an army of Passets.
Oh god.
Oh, 1 is hard enough to deal with.
Could you imagine if I put feeding on this thing? Feet and
That-
arms.
That would be
Pot
truly
friend.
terrifying. Pot.
Pot friend.
Hot bread, yeah. I'm just imagining you as as Foxbot. I'm just imagining you inside of BarrelBot and BarrelBot on top of Foxbot, and then Foxbot inside of the pot with actually Foxbot's legs sticking out from the bottom, just walking along.
This is a fucking nightmare that you guys are describing.
Have the end like it's a peephole. I can scan around, and that is the launching points of all sorts of mayhem.
Oh no, I'm sorry that I gave you this idea.
Hot cannon.
So I'm assuming you're comfortable with your
It,
accommodations?
Yeah.
yeah, it'll be fine.
Okay. I've never had guests stay over, so this is all new for me as well.
Well, thank you very much for
Indeed.
letting us stay.
I appreciate for you considering me, but I'm good. I have my own tap box spot. I have my own accommodations going with me.
Very well.
Alright. Roughly what time is it?
It would be getting towards about evening, so about 7, 8 o'clock.
It is precisely 7:30.
3.
Mine. Keep in mind, I know what time it is.
Oh yeah, keen mind.
Oh yeah. It is precisely 7:32 and 24, 25, 26, 27 seconds.
Yeah.
Alright. So still got a good few hours left of the day, but there has been a lot, and I don't think I'll actually go to bed, but I'm definitely gonna rest a little bit early. It's been very busy for all of us.
Yeah.
So you're not going to sleep at the moment, but starting to execute your guys' long rest.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And what Estelle's going to do is instead of talking to one of her two friends, she's going to see if she can try to talk to, not manifest, but like interact with the other her that she met earlier. I don't know
Okay.
what I would do to do that, but I want to try.
Okay. I want you to first roll me a charisma check.
Alright. Natural 20 for a 22 total.
Holy
This
shit.
is the fucking kitchen in Leanna's place all over again. I
It
Okay,
is. It really
okay.
is.
Cool. Now I need you to roll me a charisma saving throw.
Okay. Natural 1. Ooh, the duality of fate.
Ooh.
Okay, that is fucking interesting.
The dice have a story to tell.
Yeah, apparently. So,
You wanted to talk to your persona, but your persona wanted to talk to you.
I am Arsene. So,
I am thou, and thou art I.
welcome to the Velvet Room. So you concentrate for a moment, and like you did before, oh, I didn't realize. Has music not been playing this entire time? Or is it?
I've heard music.
I have not.
Okay, it is playing. It just got really quiet for some reason. Okay.
Okay, there we go.
So, you try to manifest this other self of yours, and you call upon them, and you feel definitively that this other you is here. And you are confident that you have arrived, essentially. And as you open your eyes, there is a moment in which I think Estelle comprehends at a head-splitting level, as out of Estelle's green eye, out of Estelle's green eye, you can see the aberrant form that you attempted to call upon. You see it clear as day in front of you. However, out of the other eye, you also see yourself, but more Fey-like, longer ears, a more slim face, and almost a mischievous glint in your eye. And you see yourself both times at the same time.
She's going to try focusing her attention on looking through the right eye and raise her left hand to cover her left eye. Does the Fae her that she sees do the same?
That depends which you is you.
Oh. Oh, this is... Huh.
Yeah, this is what happens when you roll a natural 1 and a natural 20. Welcome to Mindfuck Land.
Which me
Okay.
is me? I'm me. No, I'm me.
Yeah. So which one is you, Estelle?
Oh, wow. This is surprisingly difficult, because she would associate herself more with the Fae her, but also upon recognizing and acknowledging that the aberrant side of her exists in the first place, she would also know that that is her. And there would be a sort of sense of identity with both of them, but I feel like to being ooh, I feel like she would be more used to seeing herself as the Fae self, but is also still acknowledging the aberrant side, if that makes sense. Like, she's probably leaning more towards being the Fae her, but still knowing that both are her. Am I making any sense here?
I got you. So, as you feel your essence being pulled to one end, you hear the other one say, what, it's been like 10, 15 minutes? 20 minutes. You had to do the split again so soon? We had to?
Well, not had to, but honestly, I didn't even think this would work. Call me chaotic and as Fae-like as you want, but I just wanted to see what would happen.
Well, congratulations, we're separated again.
This is actually really cool. But,
Oh, is it? And like you see the other Estelle's like jaw distend for a moment, her eyes roll back, and then she shakes her head and goes back to normal.
Yeah, no, she is fully loving the Fae chaos right now. That was a performance. She smiles at that. Yeah, it is.
Well, I'm glad you're having so much fun.
Okay. So, do you know anything different from me? Or do we have, like... We are definitely the same, but also still separate. So do we have any differences in memories or in beliefs or personality? Well, personality quite clearly here, but what's different about us? What's different about you, your me compared to my me?
We are vastly different entities combined to make one. You are one element. It's like ingredients to making a cake. You are half, I am half, combined we make a cake. But separated, we are completely different.
Okay. Huh. I mean, sorry for calling it back already so quickly, but like this... I mean, come on, curiosity here. This is really interesting. So would you... Okay, if we were to do this temporarily in, like, do you think it could happen in a high stress environment? Do you think we could double team someone
Okay.
like this?
Okay, I see what you're going for here, but you need to know that there's one question that you are skipping over right now that is going to be the vein of who we are.
Yeah, that is probably a big one.
Do you even know what I'm talking about?
Best guess being who, like, together we are Estelle, but who am I separate from you?
No,
I assume.
I'm talking about us actually becoming Estelle once more. I don't know if we can combine again.
Oh.
And with that, I'm going over to Paseth.
Yo.
Paseth, I'm going to say, and I apologize for railroading you in this moment, but I'm going to say that you have decided to take your slumber for the evening along with Leanna.
Okay.
And as you sleep, you dream. And you dream of your home, back home, the Feywild, the tree that you were raised in, and you see your brother training hard as he can in the druid arts that he is so proudly dedicated to. But then the light and life begins to fade, and everything turns to a blackened gray ash-like landscape, not all too unsimilar to what you saw before. As Paseth, you feel yourself standing once more in the unseelie court.
Well, this isn't normal.
I can smell you coming here.
Yeah, I bet you can.
You think I will stop at distance?
You will stop at distance?
You think you can run far enough?
Oh, I didn't know you were chasing me, so I'm staying right here.
Disappointing. I like when you run in fear.
I just need a little bit of time so I can make something and kick your ass, but I should be ready in no time.
Are you sure? Or should I tell you what your father tastes like? Or mother? How about brother?
Oh, I see, that just changed the plan right there. I might have put a little squiggly thing in your whatever, probably your brain. I don't know. Made you a little bit more calm, but with that right there,
I'm just going to kill you.
But that... Hold on. Test.
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Loud and clear.
I hate that Discord doesn't come up with the icon all the time. That's the thing, though. Passeth. I can kill you without ever touching you.
So you're dangerous at a distance. Okay.
I'll make sure to send a card. Or maybe a snow globe. And your dream ends. Leanna.
Hmm?
You, shockingly, don't have a memorable dream. As your sleep finds you, and peace finds you, it's almost... I think the word would be calm, but the sensation seems to exceed that point. Like, there's... Yeah, serene. You aren't... When you... I should probably ask, did you go to sleep in the pod or did you go to sleep on the ground?
Thought about the pot, decided she didn't feel like climbing into it, and just unrolled her bedroll next to it.
Okay. It's still a peaceful evening. Serene. And although thoughts of your family, your sister, everything that's been going on, it's oddly serene, as the anxiety doesn't seem to take hold, and there's a moment of quiet. And with that, we're going to end the session.
I always hate when sessions end.
Well, here's one thing. Everyone levels up to level 6.
Hell yeah.
Hey, nice.
But Estelle,
Yes.
I need you to change your race from Asimar to some sort of Eladrin elf. We can talk about that in between sessions. Until then, thank you everyone for tuning in and can't wait to see you next week.
I'm sorry, what?
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.